This is the Bible of the electrogenic cell. It's not just the best book ever written on the subject, it's the only book ever written on this subject.
So let's be clear, he was like,
Brought to
I
you
said this.
by supporters
Not
of Christ.
only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the source of the sources, the source of the sources.
Here's a hive dream, a vibe thing, they living on the live stream. Yeah.
Emily John, while
When the writer subscribe thing. Living on a live stream. Yeah. Dead over live scheme. Here's a hive dream, a vibe thing. They living on the live stream. Yeah. On the writer subscribe thing. Yeah. Living on a live stream. Dead over live scheme. Afterlife of the live stream. Peasants turn tracking. Live on the live stream. Resurrect the brain dead. Ghost in a bandwidth. Eyes on the lens, but the heart's where the scam lives. Cold crack algorithms in the snake pit. Clickbait, halos, angels in a fake fit. Soul auction. Pixels in the gavel sound. Tears in the comments. Drowning in a caption now, timeline bleeding. Edges start to fray, light spring dry, but the streams never stray. Windows to the soul, getting cold off the live stream. Shadows in the glow, every scroll like a pipe dream. It's a high dream, a vibe thing. They living on the live stream. On a rider subscribing, living on a live stream. Yeah, behind the screen, it ain't perfect as it seems. The pipe dream, just a pipe for dopamine steam. Chase the cloud thing, doing the crowd thing. Filter every moment to prove they bout things. Yeah, yeah. Fake vegans that eat meat, couple coaches that cheat. Purchase his body and it's not coincidental. The mansion Airbnb, the car is a rental. Yeah, yeah. Real estate gurus is wild too. Yeah, they don't sell real estate, they sell the how to. The priest top of the list, studying Satan, teaching gods don't exist. They don't teach they slaves to articles. I'm trying to teach them about waves and particles. All the while like MJ get it, I'm still plugging to the Bronx. And Philly still, it's really real. But this is my Achilles heel. Oh, the God to provide hope to the hopeless squad. Patience unlimited like Oprah Card. Africans teaching blacks, there's no African science. The God of water by the clash with the Titans. They bash what I'm writing. They ain't half as exciting, half as enlightened. My ghost spell got the glyph reciting. Speaking for themselves, they make pictures out of science and stories out the pictures. And y'all let these people turn niches into niggas. God, this music is hard to get. Why the music industry had to die for God to live? God, this music is hard to get. Why the music industry had to die for God to live? God, this music is hard to get. Why the music industry had to die for God to live? God, this music is hard to get. Why the music industry had to die for God to live? God, this music is hard to get. Why the music industry had to die for God to live? Windows to the soul, getting cold off the live stream. Shadows in the glow, every scroll like a pipe dream. It's a high dream, a vibe thing. They living on live stream. Subscribe thing. Living on a live stream. A dead over live stream. On the life of the live stream. business turned trap king. Live on a live stream. Live stream versus live stream. Eyes game of the live stream. Windows to the soul getting cold of the live stream. Yeah, they supposed to hide being. Yeah. My advice, destroy your device, king. Yeah. The body is a temple of life on the live stream. Get your ish straight, clickbait wasting your live stream. Timeline should age like fine wine on the live stream. Lifetime confined to your timeline on the live stream. We got them sick on the live stream. Heal them on the live stream. Kill them on the live stream. Rebuild them on the live stream. Rebuild them on the live stream. He said he bought houses off his live stream. Cars off his live stream. Pop bottles and bars with stars off his live stream. He ain't spend no time with his kids on the live stream. Family dying while his numbers climbing on the live stream. Following bigger platforms, so I think, yeah, that mean they scripting a life he living on a live stream. Yeah, yeah. Being original, mess up the algorithm on the live stream. Yeah, reacting to the living is like a prison on the live stream. Yeah, realize matter is a movement off the live stream. Heal lives faster if you do it off the live stream. Trading love in your lifetime for likes on the timeline. That pipe dream, a nice dream. It's like getting healthy, only eating ice cream. No need to read, they got AI on the live stream. Yeah, I said if you don't study and man up off the live stream. Yeah, your brainwaves won't stand up off the live stream. Yeah, high paid slaves getting rich on the live stream. Yeah, yeah, inspiring free souls to switch on the live stream. Past the type, living a faster life on the live stream. When the live stream in, they in the afterlife of the live stream. Dead on arrival of the live stream. It's a hive dream, a vibe thing they live in.
All right, we're going to get busy with the get busy. This will just be one of them joints that people miss. I'm officially wearing this shirt until it falls off my body, so do not hate. This is my custom designer, one of a kind. All right, so we are going to get busy, though. We're going to get busy today. We got a whole day worth of getting busy. All right. Theology. Right? Theology. We're going to get busy on God's Day. God's Day is Sunday. God's Day is Sunday. Wait a minute. No, the Sabbath is Saturday. Okay. But everybody goes to church on Sunday. Why is that? Because of the resonant wave cavity. All right. Theology. Let's go deeper than this simple definition, though. Let's go deeper than this simple definition. Yeah, if you're not up, you need to get up. Get your notebook out, get your books out. Yeah. The study of the nature of God and religious beliefs and theory, systematically developed. Okay. Let's go deeper with this. Theology is the systematic study of the nature of the divine, religious beliefs and practices. The term derives from the Greek word theos and logos, literally meaning the study of God. Theos and logos. So God and the Word. Academic discipline, it is taught as a formal discipline in universities and seminaries, often using rational analysis, philosophical inquiry, and historical records to explore religious questions. Focus, theology examines questions about the existence and nature of God, the interpretation of sacred texts, the moral and ethical implications of faith for human life. Okay. What is the purpose of studying God? Strengthen faith, one's relationship with God, and provide a moral framework for living one's life. Faith seeking, love, spiritual guidance, worship, reverence, articulating faith, developing cultural literacy, vocational preparation. See, this is where we got to peel back. We got to peel back the layers. Wasn't the concept of God created to understand creation? The idea that the concept of God arose as a way to understand creation and natural phenomena is a prominent view in anthropology and the study of the origins of religion. This perspective, often called the God of the Gaps argument by critics, suggests that ancient peoples attributed events they couldn't explain to divine agents, explaining the unexplainable, a sense of agency, providing order and comfort, social cohesion and control. In summary, the idea that God was conceived to understand creation is a widely held academic and non-theological theory about the origins of the concept, while the purpose within faith traditions is a belief that creation reveals a real God who desires to be known. Okay, so for clarity, without the fluff, yes or no? The academic from an academic standpoint, it feels like anthropology and social sciences, yes, the prevailing academic view is that the concept of God was largely created by humans as a way to explain creation and the world around them. Okay, so now we got that locked in. The academic view. Are you saying that the religious view religion do not study creation via God? It is important to clarify the distinction between the two perspectives. The academic secular view sees the concept of God as a human construct designed to explain creation of the natural world. The study of creation from this perspective is purely scientific, seeking natural causes without reference to a divine being. The theological, faith-based view holds that God is the actual creator and sustainer of the universe. For religious believers, studying creation is precisely a way to understand God, his nature, and his intentions for humanity. That is so good of a comparison. I'm going to take a picture of that. That is so good of a comparison. I'm going to take a picture of that. No, I'm not saying that religions do not study creation via God. In fact, for many religious traditions, the study of creation is a core part of their faith. Okay, we got it. Yeah, this is perfect right here. Right? This is perfect right here. The academic view is the concept of God as a human construct designed to explain creation. The theological view is that God is the actual creator and sustainer of the universe. So the theological view is based around understanding creation. The academic view is based around the study of creation, right? So in essence, the only difference between the academic view and the religious view is the academic view says that humans created the concept of God, or humans created God. The religious view or theological view is that God created humans. They don't disagree on what the focal point of the study is, right? Which is a primary point that we need to address. Okay. Does modern science address the creation of matter or what it is made of? Yes, modern science extensively addresses both the creation of matter in the universe and what matter is made of at the most fundamental levels. What matter is made of? Modern science, primarily through the study of particle physics, has identified the fundamental building blocks of all ordinary matter. The creation of matter, the origin of matter in the universe, is addressed by scientific theory of the Big Bang and subsequent cosmological models. Energy to matter. The prevailing scientific view is that matter was not created from nothing in the common sense, but rather crystallized or formed from an incredibly hot, dense state of pure energy. Perfect. In accordance with Einstein's equation, E equals mc squared. And we may get around to addressing this. Where does the wave function fit into let's just put that, this conversation. The wave function is a central concept in modern science's description of matter. It is a mathematical description of how matter behaves at the quantum level. rather than being the matter itself or an explanation for the absolute creation of all matter in the universe. Here's how the wave function fits into the scientific conversation. Describing what matter is made out of and the behavior. The wave function is the foundational tool used in quantum mechanics to describe the properties of fundamental particles like quarks and electrons, which are the building blocks of all matter. Quantum state description. The wave function encapsulates all the information about a quantum system, such as its position, momentum, energy, and spin. Okay, we're going to take that to the whiteboard. We're going to take that to the whiteboard. So we have that, just in case we need to refer back to that. You'll remember this moment where we got that from. Momentum, energy, and spin. Probability, not location. It does not give you the exact location of a particle in space, rather the square of the wave function's magnitude. Gives the probability density of finding the particle at a specific location at a given time. Wave-particle duality. The wave function mathematically describes the inherent wave-like properties of matter particles, which behave as both waves and particles depending on how they are observed. Addressing the origin of matter. In the context of the origin of the universe, the concept of a wave function appears in highly theoretical models of quantum cosmology, particularly when describing the very first moments of existence. Some theoretical physicists work with the abstract idea of a wave function of the universe to describe the quantum state of the entire cosmos just after the Big Bang. The universal wave function is a theoretical attempt to describe the initial quantum state from which the entire macroscopic classical universe as we know it today is thought to have evolved. The wave function isn't the mechanism that created matter from nothing. It is a mathematical framework used to model conditions and probabilities of matter forming from the extremely high energy dense state that existed in the early universe as described by the Big Bang Theory. Okay. So this is important that we had this little walk down. This little walk down took us all of about 10 minutes. This is important, especially for the people that are unfamiliar with these concepts. Right? So just a quick review. We get a theology definition. Right? A systematic study of the nature of the divine, religious beliefs, and religious practices. We ask a few more questions so we can understand what that is. Right? What is the purpose? Right? To deepen one's knowledge of the divine. Right? We should probably ask the definition of the divine. I don't want to debunk AI though. I don't want to go in a circle, but it will lead us in a circle. Actually, it's early. Let's troll just a little bit. Define divine as you have used it in this thread. An attribute of God, referring to the supreme being itself, an origin as the origin of sacred things, contrasted with secular or mundane. Is the divine associated with creation? Yes, in theological and religious context, the divine is intrinsically and fundamentally associated with creation. The divine is considered the origin, source, and sustainer of the entire universe and everything within it. All right. So you should already see what's happening. You should already see that the definitions that we're getting for the divine and for God are very, very similar to what we're getting for the wave function. Right? For what we're getting for the wave function. This is why this becomes very important, right? Because the only thing different between academia and theology is intelligence. Academia is describing energy without intelligence. Theology is describing energy with its own inherent intelligence. Hold on, let's focus. Let's focus. Let's not get distracted. Let us not get distracted. Because I want to make this video as short as possible and to the point. Because I don't want my people to be as uninformed as other platforms are. That is embarrassing. That is embarrassing. What I saw yesterday was embarrassing. So let's take it easy, because we could be the other people. We could be the other people. What we saw was Suntan, one of the elder statesmen over there, say that I went over everybody's head because they didn't understand the information. I mean, there was a lot of other stuff going on throughout the 5 hours, yelling, cussing, and going back and forth and craziness. But the elder spoke the most honest statement on the show. And that's the shameful thing. That is the problem, that we as a people are always at the bottom end of education. And the main reason we're at the bottom end of education is because we're ignorant, but we're proud of the ignorance. We want to sit in that ignorance and stew in it. So let's cook, right? All right. So the first thing we want to take a look at right? The first thing we want to take a look at is the wave function itself. The first thing we want to take a look at is the wave function itself. All right, so let's pull that up so we get some idea of the wave function itself. Because I know people are getting their book. And as people get their books, I want people to have some kind of context before it gets too crazy. Right? If you don't have your book yet, go to Amazon now and get your book. Source material for the Kemetic wave function. Right? You see that right there? Small victory. That's a very small victory right there. Number one new release in quantum chemistry. Number one new release in quantum chemistry. Very small W. Very small W. But it absolutely means nothing if my people don't get it, meaning purchase it and then read it and then understand it. If my people don't understand it, it's meaningless. So that's what's important. All right. The wave function. The wave function is a central concept in quantum mechanics that provides a complete mathematical description of the quantum state of a particle or system of particles. It is essentially a probability amplitude for finding a particle in a particular location and state. Here is a description of its key characteristics and role. All right. Now, I got to take some notes while we talking. So if you hear me pause for a second, don't think the video is frozen. Yeah, that's just me taking some notes. Now, if I'm taking notes, y'all need to be taking notes. I'm taking notes primarily for communication purposes, right? I need to fine tune my communication skills, right? I need to be able to fine tune my communication skills. Now, here's something that's important though. When it comes to the wave function, right? Here is the largest hurdle that you will possibly come across in this discussion. The wave function is a mathematical description. The wave function is a mathematical description. That's very important because in this conversation, if you come against any critics or detractors or just people trying to understand a little bit more, because everybody's not a hater. In fact, 80% of haters are people that do not understand, that need the information. Right? You only have a small percentage of people that once they learn and understand the information will continue to go down a different road. Right? So your main obstacle is going to be that. So here's where your here's how you would immediately answer answer that question, right? Because and mind you, anytime I present something, I've already argued it several times before I write it in a book and put it down within my circle, right? And my circle includes various PhDs, guys on the street that are just street scholars, PhDs, etc. And this is not including people that are on the internet. This is my phone, my small group of I call them my extraordinary gentlemen, my league of extraordinary gentlemen, right? I have a select group of people that I talk to that have wide-ranging expertise, so I can argue with them and find all of the, things that I need to address to tighten up. So that's going to be your primary rebuttal. The rest of the information is straightforward, right? Now, how you address the mathematical equations, it is very simple. It's very simple. The calculus and the algebra, which are the primary two systems of math used to develop Schrödinger's equations. Say that again. Calculus and algebra are the primary forms of math that were used to derive Schrödinger's equations. This is where sometimes we got to double back. I'm looking for a book. Y'all know how this goes already by now. And when I'm looking for a book, y'all also know that I can never find the book I'm looking for. Actually, that is not the case. You see, we have this book. There's always a reason why we're doing books, right? Even when you think we went past the book too fast, we always wind up going back to the book, right? One of the things that's important about this book is this book actually has the answers or the main answer to this small conundrum, right? So if you don't have this book, right, the title of this book is Sachat's Book of Trigonometry. Sachat's Book of Trigonometry, Light and Water, the Sacred Science of the Jews. Right? Now, Jews is spelled D-J-O-U-S. Right? I'm talking about the pyramids, the mountains, the man-made mountains. Right? All right. And the people that come from that place where the man-made mountains are. Okay. So where does calculus and algebra come from? We got some people that's awake. I see y'all in the chat. So I want y'all to answer that question. Where does calculus and algebra come from? Come on now. If y'all don't want me to play no music, y'all better come up with an answer.
Read 50 books, that's a master's degree. Write 50 more down on my pen, holds power. Shelf life of a scholar, built like a fortress. Let up on spines, my mind endorses. Chasing knowledge, no time for the chatter. Flipping through pages while the ink gets fatter. Read 200 books to be a PhD. Write 200 minutes slow, wisdom burns deep. The more you write, the less you sleep. Margins filled with scribbles, thoughts in the ether. Annotations glow like the lace with fever. 1,000 hours logged, the grind's my feature. Bookmark pain, every line's a preacher. Quotes hit harder than a summer storm. Paragraph sharps in a surgery form. I see more spines than a surgeon's floor. Write 200 books and you'll see even more. Read 200 books to be a PhD. Write 200 more and you can be like me. Turn the page, let the ink run free. Stack 'em high, this legacy. Source material for the Kemetic wave function. A bigger discovery than brain function. Quantum mechanics and Kemetic cosmology. Put the icon in iconography. Smash the wall between religion and science. An act of defiance against institutional tyrants. But Kemetic didn't have the equations. See, that's why we must thank all Masons for passing down the tradition philosophically. All equations are derived from geometry. We don't need the numbers, we had the shapes. The pyramids say pound for pound, we had the weights. Read 200 books to be a PhD. Write 200 more and you can be like me. Pages turn slow, wisdom burns deep. The more you write, the less you sleep. Yeah. Stacking bricks, calculus, and algebra. More than nostalgia, bruh. Accurate reckoning for inquiring into things. And for knowing all that exists for kings. Sound cocky to realize the way mathematical papyri is medicine to the slave. A mentally free pill, limitless free will. Have you feeling yourself like a e-pill? Read 200 books to be a PhD. Write 200 more and you can be like me. Pages turn slow, wisdom burns deep. The more you write, the less you sleep. Use this book to fight your professors. Force them to rewrite history, debunking their lectures. Cyclic energy, matter conversion, field emergence. Taught as a person, propagating luminous motion. Transmission through horrors, hosting a light ocean. Field-based physics, the book say what is it? A legend in it, just buried that defies all critiques. The doctor with the gold teeth need a Nobel Prize for fundamentally reshaping how we see our lives. Use this book to fight your professors. Force them to rewrite history, debunking their lectures. Cyclic energy, matter conversion. Field emergence, taught as a person, propagating luminous motion. Transmission through horrors, hosting a light ocean. Field-based physics, the book say what is it? A legend in it, cause a worry that defies all critiques. The doctor with the gold teeth need a Nobel Prize for fundamentally reshaping how we see our life. Read 200 books to be a PhD. Write 200 more and you can be like me. Pages turn slow, wisdom burns deep. The more you write, the less you sleep. We in the era of equations and Kindle. This discovery takes us back to books and symbols. Source material for the Kemetic wave function. Redefine a lineage of knowledge assumption. Kemet didn't teach mythology. Kemet theology created quantum physiology. I was born for the long war, to write books and do songs for the most talented conductor, encore. God is music, yeah. The octave is the quantum field, yeah. Kepler is a musician. Where you think Jesus was fishing? Fishing in none is bigger than pun. Get it? Fishing in none is bigger.
The information is with you. I'm asking a question. You just must have tuned in. I asked a question, and the question was, where does calculus and algebra come from? Did you run off without any answering the question? Did you run off without answering the question? Tika already gave that answer. Tika already gave that answer. And for the record, there is no such thing as ancient Egyptians. That does not exist. There's no such thing as ancient Egyptians. You have Egypt, and then what is called ancient Egypt is actually Kemet. Right? So before Egypt, there's Kemet. Egypt is created by the Greeks. Before that, before Greek control, there's just Kemet. Right. But y'all are still incorrect. Is all I'm saying. It's not, or maybe I'm asking the question bad. See, that's why I take notes, so I can improve my communication skills as a teacher. Right. So I can improve, be a better me. What I'm asking for is the math. Where do we get the equations from in the math? Not necessarily a place. So you are correct with the place. Right? You're correct with the place. By saying Kemet, that is correct. But I'm looking for a type of math, which is the reason why I played the song. Me playing that song wasn't random. I was playing the song because in the song is the answer. Let me see if I can find.
Religion and science are active defiance against institutional tyrants, but Kemet didn't have the equations. See, that's why we must thank all Masons for passing down the tradition philosophically. All equations are derived from geometry.
Now y'all see what I'm saying? So let me recap. A lot just happened in the last 7 minutes, right? When I started this live stream, my house was quiet. Everybody was asleep. In the last few minutes, people start waking up. So daddy duties had to kick in real quick. At the same time, I asked a question. People didn't answer immediately. So I put on a song kind of like Jeopardy. Or what is that? Is that Jeopardy? Boom, 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 boom. That was like my version of that. But also the music had the answer I was looking for in the song, right? To give you a clue of, to give you a clue to the answer. Right? Now, what we're talking about, though, specifically is calculus and algebra. Specifically, we're talking about calculus and algebra because calculus and algebra are the two forms of math that are used to develop Schrödinger's equations for the wave functions. Okay? Of course, it is not that difficult to verify. It is not that difficult to verify. You can pull this up very quickly. Right? You can pull this up very quickly. Right? Yes, here's the question. The question is, can we get the algebra and the calculus from the geometry. And in many cases, equations can be derived from geometric principles or interpreted in geometric terms. Geometry and algebra. The relationship between algebra and geometry is formalized in analytic geometry, where geometric shapes are represented by algebraic equations, right? Calculus builds upon algebra and analytic geometry to study motion, change, and accumulation. Derivatives and slopes. A core concept in differential calculus is the derivative, which is defined geometrically as the slope of the line tangent to a curve at a specific point. The idea of a local flat approximation is inherently geometric. All right. So we don't have to go too deep because we'll get lost in the math and the big words and we'll lose our point of reference. Right. But remember where the conversation began. Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead.
Read 200 books to be a PhD. Write 200 more and you can be like me. Pages turn slow, wisdom burns deep. The more you write, the less you sleep. Yeah. Stacking bricks, calculus, and algebra. More than nostalgia, bruh. Accurate reckoning for inquiring into things. And for knowing all that exists for kings. Sound cocky to realize the way mathematical papyri is medicine to the slave. A mentally free pill, limitless free will. Have you feeling yourself like an E-pill? Read 200 books to be a PhD. Write 200 more and you can be like me. Pages turn slow, wisdom burns deep. The more you write, the less you sleep. Use this book to fight your professors. Force them to rewrite history, debunking their lectures. Cyclic energy, matter conversion, field emergence. Taught as a person, propagating luminous motion. Transmission through horrors, hosting a light ocean. Field-based physics, the book say what is it? A legend, ain't it? Just buried that defies all critiques. The doctor with the gold teeth need a Nobel Prize for fundamentally reshaping how we see our lives. Use this book to fight your professors. Force them to rewrite history, debunking their lectures. Cyclic energy, matter conversion. Field emergence, taught as a person, propagating luminous motion. Transmission through horrors, hosting a light ocean. Field-based physics, the book say what is it? A legend, ain't it? Cause a worry that defies all critiques. The doctor with the gold teeth need a Nobel Prize for fundamentally reshaping how we see our life. Read 200 books to be a PhD. Write 200 more and you can be like me. Pages turn slow, wisdom burns deep. The more you write, the less you sleep. We in the era of equations and Kindle. This discovery takes us back to books and symbols. Source material for the Kemetic wave function. Redefine a lineage of knowledge assumption. Kemet didn't teach mythology. Kemet theology created quantum physiology. I was born for the long war, to write books and do songs for the most talented conductor, encore. God is music, yeah. The octave is the quantum field, yeah. Kepler is a musician. Where you think Jesus was fishing? Fishing in none is bigger than pun. Get it? Fishing in none is bigger than pun. Yeah. The good scarab swam in the ocean. Without the science, Christians don't know what they promoting, what they holding, what they defending. Yeah. The truth beginning to ending. Yeah. Testing ain't bluffing. The source material on the Kemetic wave function. Yeah. Read 200 books to be a PhD. Write 200 more and you can be like me. Pages turn slow, wisdom burns deep. The more you write, the less you sleep. Yeah. Read 50 books, that's a master's degree. Write 50 more, pastors can't pass me. Read 150, stacking thoughts like towers. Write them all down, now my pen holds power. Short life of a scholar, built like a fortress. Leather bound spines, my mind endorses. Chasing knowledge, no time for the chatter. Flipping through pages while the ink gets fatter. Read 200 books to be a PhD. Write 200 more and you can be like me. Pages turn slow, wisdom burns deep. The more you write, the less you sleep. Margins filled with scribbles, thoughts in the ether. Annotations glow like they're laced with fever. 1,000 hours logged, grinds my feature. My pain Powers of my mind, English wisdom, time after time. Most health books, yeah, they call me the king. No one pen more chapters, hear the echoes ring. Fingers to the keys, build a legacy. Lonely nights, just a grinding me. Lay life flicker, shadow on the wall. Ideas immortal, standing 10 feet. You are.
What you think? All right. All right. So here's the recap. We began discussing theology, the purpose of theology, the purpose of theology, modern science viewpoint. We moved from there to the wave function as modern science's kind of underlying premise of creation and understanding the universe around us, matter, what matter is composed of, how it's held together, right? How it's sustained, right? And then we moved into the biggest roadblock that you would come up against when trying to discuss wave functions in juxtaposition to theology. The biggest problem between theology and discussing the wave function is that the wave function is a set of mathematical equations. So you would have to be able to provide an answer if asked or if questioned. There are no theological there are no theological algebraic or calculus equations describing wave functions, right? What you would then say is it is very simple. We don't have the calculus and the algebra, but we do have the geometry, all right? So in between me asking and communicating and us having a little back and forth about that, lots of things went on in my house. And while lots of things were going on in my house, we got some new people join the video. So that created a perfect storm for people to be lost. They tuned in when the music was on, kind of didn't have their footing, right? So hopefully now we're on the same page, right? And you have the answer, right? The answer to what you would respond, or if you're interested yourself, right, is we have the geometry, right? We have the geometry, right? The source of the sources. The source of the sources. That is how we're going to continue to address everything. Source of the sources, right? The sources for Schrödinger's equations are calculus and algebraic equations. The source of the sources is a geometrical framework that corresponds to theology. Only because it's you. Only because it's you. Anybody else that would ask that question in the middle of this conversation, I would for certain believe they were trolling. But my answer, my answer Yeah, I can't see that happening. I can't see that happening. Doesn't mean it's not. But I've never heard of anything like that. I've never heard anything like that. From my experience and all I have studied, nettle is very supportive of your iron system, the entire iron system. Nettles is very supportive of that. Even when people go to countries that have higher elevation than normal, they are suggested to drink or consume nettles in some shape, form, or fashion so that their body can produce more red blood cells and iron and be able to handle the oxygen at the higher altitudes. So that is a good question. I don't have the I don't have a question. I don't have a definite on that because I've never heard the association. Right, in a naturopathic text, in a holistic text, in a herbal text, in a medical text, I've never heard the relationship or association between nettles and ferroptosis. Yeah, so that is a new one. That is definitely a new one on me, but I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so. That's not a definite though, because again, I've never heard of the association together. So you could be onto something. Remember, just because nobody else ever heard about it doesn't mean it's not a fact. You could be the one, right? You could be making a discovery. So who knows, right? I just never heard of it. Right. But the thing with non-heme based iron, right? And just really quick, because I want to stick with what we're talking about. I don't want to get lost in like Q&A and go all over the place. But again, I wouldn't be answering this for somebody else. But the difference between non-heme iron and heme iron is that heme iron has a higher absorption. Non-heme iron has a lower absorption. But because it has a lower absorption, it doesn't mean that it causes ferroptosis. It means that it goes into the toilet. What your body doesn't absorb goes in the toilet. It doesn't necessarily go into the bloodstream and then cause chaos and wind up in the tissues. Ferroptosis is that, right? So remember, your digestive system is technically not absorbed. So in order for the non-heme to contribute to ferroptosis, we would have to be talking about what's absorbed. And what's absorbed from non-heme sources is much, much, much more efficiently processed because there's less of it for the body to handle, as opposed to heme iron, which has been linked to a variety of problems because your body can't regulate it as well. So yeah, heme iron has a higher absorption, but it's linked to a lot more problems. Non-heme iron, lower absorption, linked to much less problems. Wave function. Wave function. All right, so we got an idea of, did we get an idea of the wave function? Did I pull up anything or discuss anything? Let's make sure, let's double back. Because we definitely are a team all over the place at this point. Oh, here we go. We got something right here. We got something right here. All right. So the wave function, a central concept in quantum mechanics that provides a complete mathematical description of the quantum state of a particle or system of particles. It is essential It is essentially a probability amplitude for finding a particle in a particle location and state. Now, that right there in and of itself is crazy, right? Because it is a probability amplitude, right? Think about that. So it's an amplitude, right? It's an amplitude to describe the probability of an amplitude, right? It's a wave describing a wave. Literally, the nature of it is almost like talking about consciousness itself. Self-referral. Literally, it is a mathematic description of self-referral. That might just be my brain. Right? All right, let's keep going. It is a complex valued function holding information about a quantum system's properties like position, momentum, energy, and spin. We already got that. The square of the wave gives the probability density of finding a particle at a certain position and time. Wave-particle duality. The wave function represents the dual wave-like and particle-like nature of subatomic particles. Solution to the Schrödinger equation. Now, what's interesting about that should be there are only two places. There are only two places where that kind of thing is thought to originate. Right? The only two places where duality is a core concept is Kemetic and quantum mechanics. The only two places where duality is a core concept is Kemetic and quantum mechanics. Right? Duality, core concept. Quantum mechanics and Kemetic. Right? The only two places. That is very interesting. That should be something that automatically you just make a mental note of something like that. Correct. Correct. Well, technically, almost everything is geometric, but I get it from architect brain. I like that we got different view. It's good to learn in a group setting like this because you get different. People see the same thing from different perspectives. All right. So duality. Solution to Schrödinger's equation. It is the solution to Schrödinger's equation which describes the time evolution of a quantum system. Role in science. Now, this is important. Predicting behavior, atomic structure, superposition, right? We're going to write these three things down. Predicting behavior, atomic structure, superposition. Atomic structure is kind of straightforward, especially since we probably spent the last couple of months discussing how electrons, right, in atoms are defined as orbitals, or orbitals are defined as wave functions. Superposition. Quantum systems can be in multiple states simultaneously according to the superposition principle until measurement causes the wave function to collapse into a single state. Now, I've been hinting around about this. I've been hinting around about this for a long time with you guys in terms of masonry, because there are a lot of Masonic principles that you will notice lay right on top of some of these quantum mechanic concepts. And the reason is because the Masonic ideology comes from Kemet, right? The Masonic ideology comes from Kemet, right? Some people, they only know Masonry going back to the Grand Lodge of England, but that is a non-starter. That is a non-starter, right? What you do need to understand is 90% of the quote unquote great thinkers from the 1400s to the early 1900s either were directly in the invisible college or had a predecessor or a teacher that participated in the invisible college. And the invisible college is a concept in Europe to describe the Masonic teachings that were circulating amongst the college professors and the scientific dignitaries in the underground, so that they would not come under fire from the church. But most of the concepts came from people who were participating. That's why one of the things I wanted to highlight, even with Charles Darwin, is that Darwin got most of his information from his grandpa, who was in the invisible college. All right. So anyway, measurement becomes the key focus in the concept of waves. Measurement and 90-degree angles. 90-degree angles and measurements. 90-degree angles and measurements. 90-degree angles and measurements. Right? Now, here is your 90-degree angle. Right? This is your 90-degree angle. The 90-degree angle allows you to make a measurement. Not only does it allow you to make a measurement, the 90-degree angle is in of itself a measurement. We just described that same phenomenon a few minutes ago. When we're talking about an amplitude measuring an amplitude, or a wave measuring a wave. We have a measurement being used for measurement. That's all right. If it went, oh, don't worry about it. You'll catch it on the replay, right? Where do we have this? We have this in Kemet, right? 3, 4, 5 triangle, right angle triangle, which also served as the basis for understanding wave behavior. That's what I'm supposed to get the applause from the crowd. It's okay. It's early. It's okay. I get it. All right. So anyway, In Kemet, the question is, in Kemet, do we have, in Kemetic theology, right, do we have a analog? Of course we do. Of course we do. Literally, all of Kemetic theology begins with the wave. All of Kemetic theology begins with the wave. All of Kemetic theology begins with the wave. You know, I so appreciate, love you for that round of applause. All of Kemetic theology actually begins with a wave. So we can start right there. And we can walk it down nice and slowly. So that way, as we're walking, should anything pop up that you disagree with, well, we can address it as it pops up. Right? We can address it as it pops up. So far, we are all on the same page, correct? No, I'm waiting for y'all to answer. I'm not up by myself. Kyle, you I don't want no smoke, Kyle. You might have just went crazy. Kyle, you just went crazy. I don't want no smoke. I want zero smoke with Kyle. Yeah, I have no idea what spline. I have no idea what spline is. That is clearly some type of architect program. I have no idea what spline is. Right. All right, but somebody's following. Somebody's following besides Tika, right? So we begin with noon, right? We begin everything with the wave. Now, what's important about noon is that noon ties the major three systems of theology together. Noon ties the major three systems of theology together in three cities, right? Heliopolis, Hermopolis, and Memphis, right? So you have the Iunu or the Enid, you have the Agdod or the Kemenu, and then you have Ptah, right? All of them are tied together by noon, right? Noon is a member of the Kemenu or the Agdod, right? The Kemenu or the Agdod describes the undifferentiated nothingness, the potential pool of infinite energy. That's what noon describes. Along with noon's brothers and sisters. Noon has a family. So Noon and his siblings, Noon and his siblings describe the undifferentiated potential, right? Just potential, right? So the undifferentiated system of waves. Nah, I don't really give the link out often. Yeah, I don't really give the link out because we have classes. You know, we have classes over here. So people buy the books and then we go through the books and we kind of teach like organized. You know, it's more organized. It's not like a arguing or debate type of channel. Yeah, people coming on to a panel and having a bunch of people on a panel is strictly to generate arguments and that type of content. Right? But you don't really have like if you're in a classroom, you like everybody's not in front of the room. You just kind of have the teacher in front of the room, and then we can go one by one. Now, if you want to come up, are you saying that you have something you want to come up and you want to like? Are you asking to come up on the panel? Because I do from time to time put the link down for someone to come up if they have something they're trying to come up with. All right. So we're going to start off with noon, right? We're all on the same page. We're going to move from noon, right? We're going to move from noon. And we're going to use, so we got to get rid of this. We got to get rid of some of this because I got to have room. So hopefully you got... Hopefully you got this stuff. If not, it's on the video, right? If not, it's on the video. All right. So this is psi. Psi is very important because psi is obviously the root of science. Psi is important because it's the root of science. Right? Psi is important because it's the root of science, right? Figuratively and literally, right? Now, literally is spelled this way. Literally is spelled this way. So you'll see this symbol right here in 3 places. You'll see this symbol in 3 places, primarily. You'll see it in a bunch of places, but you'll see it primarily in 3 places. When you go back in history, this is associated with the god of water. This is the pitchfork. Most of us know about Neptune, right? In the science space, this is also used for electricians to describe magnetism, right? So when you deal with electricity and said sciences surrounding electricity, live electricity, not like theoretical equations and that thing, really wiring how, like electrician manuals, and they're going to use this to describe magnetism, right? When you deal with quantum science, it is going to be used to describe wave function, right? This is pronounced psi, just like psi, right? These are pronounced the same way, psi and psi. Psi, PSI, is just the name of the symbol. It just so happens that this symbol is used to describe the fundamental nature of everything that exists, which is where we kind of circle back around to this word, science, which we know one of its primary definitions means to know, right? To know, right? Well, you can't know without this. Figuring out waves, figuring out magnetism. That is the stuff that makes everything, everything, right? That is the stuff that makes everything. All right. So you're getting a crash course this morning in the Kemetic wave function. B Queen. That is, oh, there you go. Paul answered right there. Good job. Or, hold on, I don't want to just direct you to the website like that, right? Because there's also another answer, right, Paul? Which book am I looking for? Which book am I looking for? Hold on, let me help you out, B Queen. Let me help you out, B Queen. Oh, you already gave that answer. Wow. Okay, so I don't even have to say it, man. Good job, Paul. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, brother. So I did not even have to answer myself. Right? I would start there. Right? This is the book that we are discussing today. Right? And for y'all that just tuned in, y'all see this is the #1 new release in quantum chemistry. So make sure you go and get your copy. Right? Now for the sister, let's type in EnQi Real fibroids and see what pops up. Bam. Here you go, sis. This is what I would suggest. I would suggest you get this book right here ASAP. I would suggest you get this book ASAP, and I will also suggest you stay away from anybody talking about a fibroid cleanse, as I don't think that exists. I don't think there's such a thing as a fibroid cleanse. I don't think that exists. So save your money, sis, and get you some information before you waste a lot of time and money purchasing things that may or may not help you out. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. All right. Wave function. All right, so we got noon. All right, now I think where calculus primarily comes into the equation is a large part of the wave function is the evolution of a wave function over time, right? Because remember, we have to fit these things into time and space, right? So there's a portion relegated to space. There's a portion relegated to time, right? So you have the backwoods number 6. The backwoods number 6. And some of these equations, don't worry so much about the equations. You just need to be aware of them, right? This is the reason why, because there's a lot of people that are like allergic to math. This is the reason why our ancestors used stories. This is the reason why our ancestors used stories, because everybody can understand the story. It takes a certain type of mind and a certain type of person to remember all of the math, especially when it doesn't necessarily help you make toast or change your baby's diaper. It takes a certain type of mind to remember all the math, but it doesn't take a certain type of mind to remember a story. This is why storytellers were way better teachers than mathematicians. So you have these backward number sixes. And I hope that looks good. I hope that looks good. I hope that looks good. It's not really supposed to look like a number 2. It's really not supposed to look like a number 2. It's supposed to look like that. A lot closer to a backwards number 6, right? And so you get this. Right? And this equation is supposed to describe, not supposed to, this is the equation that describes the evolution of the wave function. Right? In fact, let me see if, let's go on ahead. Let's get our Indian shake. Right? And I'm not trolling Indian people. One of the greatest mathematicians was an Indian gentleman. Me and my children watched all of his little fake documentaries because he was an anomaly to Europeans. He came up with he came up with some of the most complicated math in math history. But the reason why he was an anomaly amongst Europeans is because they kept trying to get him to give them the source of where he was getting his equations. And he kept saying when he goes to sleep at night, he talks to the gods. And the gods are giving him the math. And they said he was ridiculous. They tried to debunk him, but they didn't have any other answers. So he just became an anomaly in the matrix as a guy who came up with the most complicated math in the world and credited to talking to the gods and going into prayer. A very interesting story. Very interesting story. All right. And I would say his name, but I don't want to butcher his name. All right. So here we have the equation, right? Here we have the equation, and you can see my poor, what I was trying to do here, my backwards number 6s. Does this look closer to a number 6, a backwards number 6, or a number 2? Yeah, it's somewhere in there. Anyway, it is a partial derivative of the wave function psi with respect to time. It's the rate of change of a quantum system state over time, a core component of Schrödinger's equation, which dictates how quantum systems evolve, essentially telling us how the probability of finding a particle in different locations changes moment by moment. If you remember when I was having the debate with well, forget about it. But if you have your Black's Anatomies books, you will see that I discuss the quantum concept of evolution in a few different spaces. We'll leave that alone for now. What's going on, Sleepy Smurf? Hotep to Hotepistan. Hotep to Hotepistan, but you might have to change your name, brother. Oh, you did change your name. I want to say you might have to change your name. So yeah, you can't wake up early in the morning at 9 a.m. on Sunday for class and then call yourself Sleepy Smurf because you up, right? So I like that. Side note. All right, so now here's where we go with this. When we go to the text, right? When we go to the text, this is where we enter Ra into the story. This is where we enter Ra into the story. All right, we're going to enter Ra into the story here. This derivative is Ra in the story. Okay, you only proving my point. Exactly. You was up at 4 this morning, so you clearly are not Sleepy Smurf. You up. And then Glam, what's happening right now? Hold up. The whole Tempestan crew is coming. Oh, I just shared it on Twitter. That's might be, yeah. So I shared the link on Twitter. Did y'all get the link from my Twitter page? Shout out to everybody who got the link from my Twitter page. Now, please hit the repost. Now hit the repost. Repost the link on Twitter again. Yeah, everybody, repost the link on Twitter some more. We need reposts. Because I am no longer doing lives on Twitter, right? No longer am I doing lives on Twitter since I found out the numbers are fake. I'll just be sharing the actual link onto Twitter. So now when people share the link, we know that we're getting a more official view count because we're not getting the Twitter view count. We're getting the actual YouTube view count. Oh, you saw the live on your YouTube feed? What? According to HJ, Hotepistan members do not use YouTube. Oh my goodness. Shout out to HJ again. All right, anyway. So Ra is the self-moving principle. Right? Self-moving, self-organizing. Self-moving, self-organizing principle. Right? And in this concept, what we mean specifically, right? What we mean specifically is not principle. We mean very specifically a wave, right? We mean very specifically a disturbance. Right? And these are interchangeable. Right? And we can even change this. We can even change this altogether. And maybe a better term might be self-propagating. Right? That may combine organizing and moving. Self-propagating within the medium. Right? Now, this is Ra as Kepra, which is another thing that becomes confusing in a lot of the Kemetic stories because gods are moving around as other gods, which becomes super confusing if you don't know this is supposed to be science, If you don't know that the theology is related directly to science, it becomes confusing, right? Because in science, we have no problem understanding that an atom moves around and describing an atom as an atom, even though we know an atom does not actually exist. An atom is composed of protons and electrons, sometimes neutrons. So what we're describing is a bundle of things as one name. So the bundle of neutrons, protons, and electrons is called an atom. But an atom in and of itself is not actually a thing. It's just a description for this bundle of other units. Right? So Ra is described as the self-propagating unit within Nun, our waves, our larger system, right? Our larger system. So hopefully this makes sense. Are we on the same page? Before we move, I'm going to check with you guys every time we go through this crash course before we move. Make sure we're on the same page. Not you, Tika. Tika already has the book. So just in case in the chat, y'all think Tika's trolling, Tika already has the book. Tika has a direct connection with Jeff Bezos. Yeah, her and Osborne literally have Jeff Bezos on speed dial. So they're getting their deliveries in the very same day. They order the book at 12 o'clock. Within 90 minutes, the book is delivered at their doorstep. Yeah, they're getting books delivered within 90 minutes. I don't know what kind of program they got going on. I literally believe Jeff Bezos himself pulls up in the limousine and throws the book at their doorstep. Shout out to Osborne. Okay, but everyone else though, is everyone else awake? Come on, people. Are we good so far? Do we understand the analogy between Ra as a self-propagating and this partial differential, which describes how wave function changes over time? Because the changing over time is the propagating. The propagating is the changing over time, especially when you're talking about within a bound system, right? Which is represented by this picture here. This is a bound system, right? This is a bound system for standing waves, right? So self-propagating is changing over time. Come on, chat. Wakey, wakey. If you have a question, just ask the question. If you don't have a question, then say yes, you're ready to move on to the next thing. But if you say nothing, then I'm going to believe that you are somehow, you must be on that mufkazut. Right? Is that what we're on? Maybe we're on the mufkazut. Okay. So we got one person. No, we need more than one person, though. What are y'all doing? I need y'all to wakey. I need y'all to wakey. Come on. Okay. All right. We got the UK. In the.
cloud you made. Eyes wide open but lost in the haze. You think the spark is a powder dream, but it's love. It's love, it's the dopamine. Your heart's got wings, but they're stuck on the ground.
Okay, so all of a sudden I start playing this song and everybody understands. They like, yo, just get back to teacher. Don't play the song. All right, that's fine. All right, so we have Ra as self-propagating, right? We have Ra as self-propagating, which is important because the larger conversation began with Ra, right? So larger conversation began with Ra. So far we have Ra and Nun, right? Now, in the Kemetic text, you will be able to identify these qualities Okay, now let's pull up another key piece. But no, the answer is you probably will not be able to just rewind the video if there's something that you're missing. So if there's something you're missing, we should probably try to get to it while we're all here together. All right. The term Hamiltonian primarily refers to a mathematical function or operator representing the total energy of a physical system, named after William Hamilton. The concept appears in different contexts within physics and mathematics. In physics, the Hamiltonian is central to Hamiltonian mechanics, a powerful reformulation of classical mechanics that uses position and momentum variables in phase space. Its primary applications are classical mechanics, quantum mechanics, and control theory. All right, so you know we here with it, quantum mechanics. In quantum mechanics, the Hamiltonian is an operator denoted as H that corresponds to the total energy of a quantum system. It is a crucial component of Schrödinger's equation, which describes how a quantum state changes over time. Now, listen. This may have nothing to do with anything, right? This could just be the part of my brain that's, you know, a little crazy, right? Because there's a part of my brain that could be a little crazy, right? But it's also the same part that allows me to see some things sometime and research some stuff that most people wouldn't waste their time on. And so those things wind up panning out, pun intended, panning out, because that's how you find gold, panning out. And we have some really interesting discoveries. Sometimes it's just a waste of my time, but you guys never see that part. When it pans out and we have some gold, then I share the jewels with the, right? So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, right? So H happens to be the 8th letter of the alphabet. Y'all like, wait a minute, Doc. That wasn't it. That is it. No, listen. So H, right? Remember, H is for Kepler, right? H is for Kepler. Kepler is described, or Jesus Christ is described by the early church fathers as Kepler, the good beetle, the good scarab. He also has it affixed to his name in like some nickname that nobody really knows where Jesus H. Christ came from. I think it comes from the quote unquote transformative power of Jesus, because in the Old Testament, the transformative power was related to the letter H, right? So remember, modern religion is basically based on Abraham, right? And so Abraham's name is Abram, right? So he transforms into this mystical, the figure of that's going to all religion will branch from, and that transformation is marked by the letter H, right? So he evolves into this patriarch, and the symbol is the letter H, right? So again, these are things that may mean nothing, but these little things are things that would drive me insane and cause me to go searching forever. And when I noticed that H is the 8th letter in the American or the English alphabet, and then come to find out that Abraham becomes Abraham, and then I do the math on that, and it winds up being 808, 8 twice with a placeholder, I go, is this a reference to the Kamenu or the Ogdo? Yep. And then I'll talk to one of my children about it, and they'll be like, Dad, you just made that up, Dad. You made that up. That's gobbledygook, Dad. Don't tell anybody that. They're gonna look at you strange. And so you guys will never hear about that. So just totally blank the last 5 minutes out of your memory. Anyway, the H in quantum mechanics is an operator that is used as a variable for the total amount of energy in a quantum system. Now, all of this is very important in real time, because remember, and I just want to just add this piece to the convo real quick. Remember that when we talk about mitochondria, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about traveling waves, quantum tunneling, traveling waves, quantum tunneling. Is there anything else that I should add? Yeah, no, we can leave that just like that. Actually, we can also add standing waves in, because that is what pigment does. Pigment converts traveling waves into very temporary standing waves, and then to traveling waves again, right? That is how energy is converted. Traveling wave, standing wave, traveling wave. Standing wave, traveling wave, standing wave, traveling wave, right? So that's literally what happens. Like, say, for instance, if sun hits the body, that traveling wave is converted to a standing wave, which is then converted to a traveling wave, right? Multiple times. Then it gets to the brain, where it's converted back to a standing wave so that it can be used as information somehow. And then that might be converted back to a traveling wave so that that information can move from one place to another, where it'll be converted back to a standing wave, and then back to a traveling wave, and back to a standing wave, and so on and so forth ad infinitum, right? So in mitochondria, though, right, in mitochondria, which is the basis for where diabetes and cancer is at, remember that we're talking about all quantum behavior. Just in case anybody is like, EnQi, I can't understand how this ties into what it is that we're doing melanin versus diabetes wise. Remember that everything that goes on in your body is powered in terms of subatomic particles, You're dealing with protons and electrons. You have an electron transport chain. All of your food is converted into subatomic particles. So predicting the behavior, which is the reason why, a large part of the reason why quantum mechanics is developed along with Schrödinger's equations for predictive power, is a part of health and longevity, right? You want to have predictive power, right? You don't want to go to sleep and not wake up. H8 does sound like hate. That now that's see you you done came up with your own little you done did your you done put your thing together. You done put your thing together. All right, so we have the Hamiltonian, which is an operator, right? Which is an operator that describes energy as a structure. The Hamiltonian describes energy as a structure. So we have that, right? We have an operating law, right? We have an operating law that describes the structure, the order, the organization of energy, right? Ma'at, right? And I, just as a mnemonic device, like to do that. So that we have an understanding of where math comes into the picture. Yes, we have Jehudi's wife, Sishat, but Sishat doesn't come in the picture until later on. Ma'at comes into the picture instantly. Once we move from Nun, once we get out of the Kemenu, once we get out of the Agdod, once we get Kepler and we get to the Kepler Atum space, we have order, we have sequence, right? So once you have order and you have sequence, you have math, right? You have math, right? So we have an operator to describe the totality of the energy in a system, right? We have an operator, right? This is going to govern the transformation of potential, right? This here is how transformation of potential, remember when you're talking about energy, it gets very simple. You have kinetic and potential. Kinetic and potential. Same way we talk about traveling waves, could being converted to standing waves, being converted to traveling waves, being converted to, same thing is going on with energy. We have potential energy being converted to kinetic energy being converted to potential energy, and so on ad infinitum, right? And how does kinetic energy or potential energy gets transformed into the other? You need to add a force. You need to add a force, right? All right. So do we have, are we good on the Hamiltonian? On the Hamiltonian, and the Hamiltonian has the little slick thing on the top instead of the bottom, right? Because Kepler uses the little slick thingy at the bottom. Yeah, the little slick thingy goes at the bottom for Kepler. The little slick thingy goes at the top for the Hamiltonian. Right? But don't get attached to the H as a letter. Keep in mind it's a symbol because the letter H is used for other stuff. Right? The letter H is used for other stuff. Right? So are we good? Are we good with the Hamiltonian and Ma'at as operating laws for the total energy in a system? Don't make me play the song again, people. Okay. I like the fact that every time I press you guys for answers, somebody new responds in the chat. Somebody wants some trolling. Somebody wants a little bit of trolling. A little bit of trolling is healthy. Yeah, a little bit of trolling is healthy.
You're chasing stars through a cloudy maze. Eyes wide open but lost in the haze. You think the spark is a powder dream, but it's love. It's love, it's the dopamine. Your heart's got wings, but they're stuck on the ground. You need a lift that'll stick around. Stop, snort, and move, 'cause
Be Queen. All you got to do is go to the website, AmericanHealer.website, and there are tutoring sessions you could book. If you're trying to get a tutoring session, you can definitely get a one-on-one at the website, AmericanHealer.website. But just know, the first thing I'm going to ask you is, did you get the book? So you need to get the book. The very first thing I'm going to ask you is, did you get the book? So you need to get the book. There is no shortcut. So again, get the book and avoid anybody who tells you that they're going to detox away a fibroid or cleanse away a fibroid or anything crazy like that. Right? All right. What's important before we move on? The Hamiltonian, by describing the total energy in the system, is also going to dictate what transformations are allowed. Remember, energy can't be created or destroyed, only transformed. But that is not a limitless kind of imaginary thing. There are very specific transformations that can happen with particular systems, right? Especially in terms of preventing chaos from degrading structure, right? The maintenance of the system, keeping systems stable, right? So Ma'at is the rule at which Ra is able to propagate, right? It is not only the rule or the law, the operating law at which Ra is able to propagate, but it is also the law that stabilizes the entire system from which Ra originates. Right? The entire pool of potential energy. Right? All right, so let's get to kinetic energy and potential energy, because they have complicated equations for those as well. So let us go on ahead and jump into those. You're tracing stars in the moon. Bring love. Love is a dopamine. All right. This formula is the representation of kinetic energy in the Schrödinger equation. Now, again, you do not have to remember these equations. Please do not be confused and think that I have all these equations memorized. You do not need to memorize these equations. You just need to be aware of them, right? Because again, this is why your ancestors created stories. They taught with stories. The griot was the master teacher, because the griot knew how to simplify complex ideas. That is another difference between the concept of modern intelligence and the ancient one. Being able to use large words and concepts is the modern form of displaying intelligence. The ancient form of displaying intelligence was being able to simplify large concepts. All right. So again, this is the formula that represents kinetic energy in the Schrödinger equation. The term is derived from applying the quantum mechanical kinetic energy operator to the wave function. Right? And this is why I said don't necessarily get comfortable with H as a letter. Think of it more as a symbol, because H is used primarily for Planck's constant, and Planck's constant is everywhere, right? Planck's constant kind of sort of refers to hydrogen, which is where it came from, but sometimes it is more of a principle than a specific referral to hydrogen. Anyway, just keep that in mind. And then also keep in mind that Max Planck kind of got all his info from studying black bodies. We'll just sit that there and back away from it slowly. We're just going to sit that there and back away from it slowly. Max Planck was studying black bodies. Was he studying black people? I didn't say he was studying black people. I said he was studying black bodies. It's just like character versus person. Just saying. EnQi, you said? No, I said Max Planck was studying black body radiation. I say he was studying black folks because they attract heat. Anyway, our H, our lowercase h with the cross in it, is Planck's constant. M is the mass of the particle. 2m is the denominator, which is analogous to the mass term in classical kinetic energy formulas. And it starts to get more crazy. We have del squared, which is the Laplacian operator, which represents the second spatial derivative in 3 dimensions. So now we're adding space. In simple terms, it measures the curvature or waviness of the wave function. And then psi we have to represent the wave function of the system, right? So we have a measurement of the waviness. right? I should probably take a screenshot of this and send this to Harlem. So for Max B, right? Okay, so the role in the Schrödinger equation in quantum mechanics, energy is represented by an operator called the Hamiltonian, which is the sum of kinetic energy of the kinetic energy operator and the potential energy operator. The full-time independent Schrödinger equation is often written as H psi E psi, where the Hamiltonian operator expands to mean all this. Thus, this equation is part of the equation that describes energy motion for a non-relativistic particle. Okay, now listen. I explained all this earlier, much simpler, right? Remember I said there are just two types of energy, kinetic energy and potential energy, right? Kinetic energy and potential energy. When you add kinetic energy with potential energy, you get the total amount of energy in any given system. Very simple. Kinetic energy, potential energy. All right. All right. You know what I feel like we should do? Hold on, let's do this. Let us do this. Let's just do a basic really quick. Let's just do this. Check this out. Hopefully this makes it easier for some folks. Right? Kinetic energy is the energy of motion possessed by any object with mass that is moving. Bam. Super simple, just in case, because I know we're all at different levels. Some of us are at a higher level of understanding of these mathematical principles than I am. Some of us are at the remedial basic level. Some of us don't know what kinetic energy actually is, and so they don't know what's happening on the video, but they know that some part of them likes it, so they're still tuned in. Cool. I appreciate everybody's attention. Right? So kinetic energy is the energy of motion. Potential energy is stored energy in an object due to its position, configuration, or state, right? Mind you, just so that we keep kind of taking abstract concepts and making them relative, right? This is food. This is food. This is food. Yes, this is food for the mind and the brain and all that. But I mean, no, literal, like this is food. Yeah, like food, right? So this actually, it's about time for me to go ahead and have this. About time for me to go ahead and have me a little breakfast. So feel free to have breakfast with me. Right? So let's have a little breakfast together. Right? So what nature did is nature went ahead and packaged some potential energy. That's what this is. Nature packaged some potential energy for me. And I'm going to use some energy, right? I'm going to use some energy to break this down and package this. And then it's going to travel and then potentially, pun intended, become stored energy again. Or some of it might get used immediately. Yeah. Some of this might get used immediately. Actually, Most of this is probably going to get used immediately. Somebody said I wasn't hungry before, but all that smacking, chewing with your mouth open. Let me run to the kitchen and see what I got going on. All right. Go into the kitchen and get you a little snack. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Get you some snack. Add you some potential energy to your system. Mm-hmm. Okay, shout out to HJ. HJ, did you repost the link, sir? HJ, before you come in asking questions, brother, did you repost the link? Come on, HJ. This is what HJ want early in the morning.
You're chasing stars through a cloudy maze. Eyes wide open but lost in the haze. You think the spark is a powder dream, but it's love. It's love, it's the dopamine. Your heart's got wings, but they're stuck on the ground. You need a lift that'll stick around. Stop, snorting, move, 'cause stop, snorting, move, 'cause it ain't the answer, it's just a mute. Let your heart ignite, feel the truth. Stop, snorting, move, 'cause you're a diamond buried in the dirt. Polished.
That's the HJ finger. Stop snorting moof kazoo. It is too early for that on Sunday, sir. It's crazy. All right. So we got this one, right? We got this one. We got kinetic energy, right? We got kinetic energy. And again, when we are referring to kinetic energy, we are referring to Ra, right? And even we're going to give an honorable mention to I-10. We're also going to give an honorable mention to I-10. Right? Kinetic energy, traveling waves. Traveling waves. Whenever you read the Kemetic text, Ra is always traveling from one place to another. Ra is a traveling man. Just sit that right on out there. Just sit that right on out there. Whenever you hear Ra in the Kemetic text, Ra is traveling. Right? Ra is traveling. Ra is light and Ra is traveling. Those are traveling waves that we can also put under the banner of kinetic energy, right? Energy in motion. Come on, family. I want y'all to wake up. Stay with me. Do we have that? Are we comfortable with Ra as kinetic energy in the Kemetic text? Do we have Ra as kinetic energy in the Kemetic text? Okay, good. All right. So if you're taking notes, kinetic energy is our fourth point for our crash course, right? Make sure y'all have the books. Make sure y'all have the books, right? Now, from kinetic energy, we want to double backwards. Right? Potential energy. Stored energy. Right? Key types of stored energy include gravitational, height, elastic, which is stretched or compressed springs like rubber bands, chemical, you see that right there, bonds in food or fuel, right? So if you didn't understand what I was talking about in terms of potential energy, hopefully that's a little clarity, right? Your bonds in food or fuel. Now, your bonds in the food in the food, I said feud. Your bonds in the food are what? How can the bonds be described? Standing waves, right? Because all bonds are electron bonds. Whether you're describing ionic, covalent, or some of the other lesser discussed forms of bonds, they are done via electrons, right? So we're talking about electron bonds. Right? Oh, I need my charger. I need my charger.
Pages stack like bricks, towers of my mind. Ink bleeds wisdom, time after time. Books, health books, yeah, they call me the king. No one pen more chapters, hear the echoes ring. Fingers to the keys, build a legacy. Lonely nights, just a grind in me. Lay light flicker, shadow on the wall. Ideas immortal, standing 10 feet tall. Living legend, you are what you think. Pouring truth in the pages I need. Living legend, a mirror link. Health in the mind, forever and sing. Shelf space crowded, spines with my name. Every title whispers, staying again. Knowledge runs deep, veins full of gold. Teaching the masses the stories retold. Most published help teacher, they read my scrolls. Lessons eternal, they feed our souls. Built an empire with paper and pen. Flipping through my past, I do it again. Living legend, You are what you think. Pouring truth in the pages I ink. Living legend, a mirror link. Health in the mind, forever in sync. Yeah, source material for the Kemetic wave function. A bigger discovery than brain function. Quantum mechanics and Kemetic cosmology. Put the icon in iconography. Smash the wall between religion and science. To act of defiance against institutional tyrants. But Kemet didn't have the equations. See, that's why we must thank all Masons. Passing down the tradition philosophically. All equations are derived from geometry. We don't need the numbers, we had the shapes. The pyramids hit pound for pound, we had the weights. Hey, living legend, you are what you think. Pouring truth in the pages I ink. Living legend, a mirror link. Health in the mind, forever. And stacking bricks, calculus and algebra. More than nostalgia, bruh. Accurate reckoning for inquiring into things and for knowing all that exists for kings. Sound cocky till you realize the wave. Mathematical papyrus, medicine to the slave, a mentally free pill. Limitless free will, have you feeling yourself like an E-pill. Use this book to fight your professors, force them to rewrite history, debunking their lectures. Cyclic energy, matter conversion.
Got it. Once again, I'm in here cooking with the mic on mute. Got it. All right. So this is what I was saying that y'all missed. What y'all missed. Ra as kinetic energy in order to act right, needs Osiris, right? Osiris is going to represent the bound state. Osiris is going to represent the bound state, right? So specifically in the Amduat, right? In the Amduat, you have Ra combining with Wusir, Asar, Osiris. You have Ra combining with Osiris, right? And Ra combines with Osiris, because Osiris is just potential energy as a body. Osiris can't do anything until combined with Ra. Ra provides the kinetic energy, which converts potential energy. And then from there, when Ra is combined with Osiris, you actually get the growth of new life. That's literally in the Kemetic text. I was. Stop trolling. Yeah. I was gone. I was deep. I was deep. Yeah, y'all was supposed to get the sound waves. Y'all was supposed to get the sound waves. Peyton, listen, I that's too deep. Yeah. You put a bell with a line through it. Pause. Anyway, kinetic energy, potential energy. Right? Osiris represents the first mummy, the first body, right? The first body to be remembered, right? Remembered, remembered, right? Remembered. Right? So I want y'all to get this, right? The confinement of energy into structure, right? The confinement of energy into structure. So we moved from noon, right? We moved from noon, which is raw, undifferentiated, just straight potential, to a disturbance in the medium, which leads to an emergence. That emergence is self-organization, which our ancestors called intelligence. Self-organization is intelligence. The ability to organize oneself is intelligence. Kepra, Re, Atum, right? Now we're getting into that energy moving into a bound state, right? Now we're talking about energy becoming matter. We're talking about the word becoming flesh. This is in the Kemetic text. This is in the Kemetic text, right? But when we hear things like this, our ancestors were not just making up bedtime stories for us. what they were doing was describing creation. This is why we started this conversation while most of the people watching were probably still in bed, because we started about 7 o'clock, somewhere around there, with the difference between theology from an academic standpoint versus theology from a theological standpoint, and then the modern science analog to or solution to those concepts, right? So we're talking about how energy becomes matter. This is what your ancestors were communicating, how energy becomes matter, the process of creation. And what the doctor with the gold teeth has discovered the doctor with the gold teeth has discovered is that theology is quantum science. Theology is quantum science without the equations. So you have energy moving into a bound state. Very important. Which is also very important that Osiris was represented as the perfect black, who was always depicted as green. Right? As green. Very important. Right? So again, we have kinetic energy, potential energy, or pure energy moving into a bound state. Now, when traveling waves move into a bound state, right? Which is one of the reasons why we have pigment. If we did not have pigment, we could not live. Pigment is what allows biological systems to translate energy. Pigment allows biological systems to translate energy. So you could not breathe without pigment. It is our hemoglobin, heme pigment, that allows us to transport and translate the energy we breathe in. We would not be able to think without the neuromelanin in our brains. We would not be able to think without it. Now, somebody might say, well, isn't that some of that militant black, is that actually science? If we did not have neuromelanin, would we actually be able to think? All you have to do in order to figure that out is take a look at Alzheimer's or Parkinson's and see that neurodegeneration goes along with loss of neuromelanin. And as you lose the neuromelanin, you no longer can access memories or process information. So there's that, right? So we square that away scientifically, right? So pigment is what allows you to translate energy, which is why Osiris represents the most dominant forms of pigments. The green in the plant and the black in the animals. And pigment translates energy into standing waves, and then from standing waves, standing wave, traveling wave, standing wave, traveling wave, standing wave, traveling wave, standing wave, traveling wave. Right? But that is what happens. Right? So you have what are called, let's go over to our good, lovely demons. Let's go to our lovely demons. And we will take a look at this from two different standpoints. a simplified view, and then we'll take a deeper view. All right. So the eigenstate is a quantum mechanics state corresponding to the eigenvalue of a wave equation. The eigenvalue is each of a set of values of a parameter for which a differential equation has a non-zero solution under given conditions. Any number such that a given matrix minus that number times the identity matrix has zero determinant. All right. Even the simple definition. Yeah. In quantum mechanics, eigenstates are specific quantum states of a system that correspond to a definite fixed value of a measurable physical property, such as energy, momentum, or spin. All right, so I got, yeah, I made the wrong guess on that. I thought Google was going to give us the simple definition, and the AI was going to give us the more complex. Google gave us the more complex, and AI is giving us a more simplified value, right? Keep in mind, in parentheses, it has observable, right? So it means measurable in a much more local sense. Key concepts: definite values. When a system in the eigenstate of a particular observable measuring that property will always yield the same result, known as the eigenvalue. This contrasts with general quantum states or superpositions where measurements yield probabilistic outcomes. Eigenvalue equations. Mathematically, eigenstates are solutions to eigenvalue equation for a specific operator, which takes the form where the eigenstate or the operator, the A is the operator representing the observable, and the lowercase a is the corresponding eigenvalue. Measurement and collapse. According to quantum mechanics principles, the act of measuring a property of a general quantum system forces the system to collapse into one of the eigenstates of the operator corresponding to that property. The probability of collapsing into a specific eigenstate is determined by the system's initial wave function. Energy eigenstates, Hamiltonian eigenstates. Remember, Hamiltonian is the total amount of energy in the system. So eigenstates would be a description of the Hamiltonian. The most common context for eigenstates is in relationship to the Hamiltonian operator, which represents the system's total energy. Definition: energy eigenstates are the solutions to the time-independent Schrödinger equation, which is an eigenvalue equation for a Hamiltonian. Okay. I feel like we're getting somebody's nose or ears might start bleeding if we keep reading these. All right. So I think we got a good idea. Right. I think we got a good idea of the eigenstates. All right. So what we're talking about we're going to actually keep Osiris on the board, right? Because eigenstates are stable, collapsed wave function values, right? This is why Osiris is the centerpiece of the theology. This is why Osiris is the centerpiece of the theology, because he represents energy in the bound state, in the living state, which is crazy because all of his stories are about him being dead. But dead, here's the problem with dead. Here's the problem with dead, right? So the first problem with dead, when reading Kemetic theology, right? When reading these Kemetic stories, the problem is if you read the stories before someone tells you that in Kemet, they did not have a concept of death. everything gets confusing, and it's much harder to unlearn the incorrect information than it is to learn the correct information from the beginning. So off rip, when you read it and you have the American or the Western concept of death in your mind, you automatically start to put Asar or Wusia in a certain space. Right? So he's the dead guy, he's the mummy. They chopped him up in 14 pieces. It's boop, 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 boop. If you understand this is science, like for instance, we wouldn't consider this cup to be dead. We wouldn't consider this cup to be like a dead body, right? So in Kemet, they don't have a concept of that. This is why they have in the fertility temples, they have, you know, the pictures we saw, Khnum with the baby on the potter's wheel and all that. But in the tombs, they have fertility goddesses because energy can't be created or destroyed, only transformed. So in the tombs aren't really a place to necessarily house dead as much as a transformation place. Right? So when we're looking at Osiris is not necessarily to be considered dead like how we would consider grandma or grandpa or our pet turtle. What we would want to consider Osiris is inert. We would want to consider Osiris as inert, right? And also bring in the concept of inertia. We would want to consider Osiris as inert, not dead, and bring in the concept of inertia, right? Yo, my microphone is inert. My microphone is inert. All right, so Ra, right? So Osiris, not to be considered dead in the classical sense. Osiris is not to be considered dead in the classical sense. Right? This is what I was saying that you guys missed. Osiris is not to be considered dead in the classical sense, because in Kemet there's no concept of dead like that. So when you go to the temples, the birthing temples, they have Khnum on the wall, right? But when you go to the tombs, some of the tombs have pictures of the fertility goddess there, because those aren't places where we would think of as houses for the dead like we would in America. Those are places of transformation, right? So we have the laws of thermodynamics, which states that energy cannot be created or destroyed. Kemet was the progenitor of that philosophy, with no concept of death, because the living is composed of energy. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Therefore, the living could not be created or destroyed. That energy that was bound in the body can only be transformed. It can't be destroyed. So there's no concept of death. So Osiris is not to be considered dead in the classical Western standpoint, to be considered inert, requiring Ra to bring in that energy for activation. Right? And then we looked up, obviously, where y'all saw what we looked up, right? Inert, inactive. Okay. It's my children. My household is a little crazy. That's why I keep hitting the mute. Right? That's why I keep hitting the mute button and forgetting that. Yeah. My babies are driving me a little crazy right now. Listen, make sure you go and get the book. This is just a slight little crash course. This is just a little crash course for the book. Right? This is just a crash course for the book. Right? Go to Amazon and type in source material for the Kemetic wave function. Right? And go get the book. Right? Go get the book. Source material for the Kemetic wave function. Right now, it is the #1 new release in quantum chemistry. Right? That's the front cover. This is the back cover. Right? If you'll notice, the cover comes from one of the slides in the debate. Right? Let's read this real quick. Wave mechanics in the living grid. Everybody keeps talking about chemistry like it's beads on a string, atoms bumping into atoms like it's all random motion in the dark room. That story been getting glazed for a long time. This book doesn't ride with that narrative. This work starts from a harder position. Matter itself is organized through standing waves, and biology is just what happens when those waves synchronize, lock, phase, and start running structured operations. Okay, clearly I wrote this at like 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay, I was a little bit more Bronxy than I may have wanted to be. At the foundation of all atoms, molecules, and cells are quantized electron wave functions, not metaphorical waves, but mathematically defined probability fields obeying the Schrödinger equation. These waves form standing patterns when confined and traveling excitations when perturbed. Every bond, every orbital, every polymer, every membrane, every redox reaction is a wave negotiation between stability and motion. Pause right there. That is the ongoing interaction between Ra and Osiris. Stability and motion. Stability, motion. Stability, motion. Potential, kinetic. Potential, kinetic. Stability, motion. Potential, stability. Motion, kinetic. Potential, stability. Motion, kinetic. Wow. Okay. Appreciate you sharing that. Kyle said, mine arrives tomorrow. Ugh, I'm hating. Where was we at? All right, so think potential energy, kinetic energy. This book, wait, I skipped. Okay, the so-called chemical substance is just what a stable wave pattern looks like from the outside. Let me read that back again. Every bond, every orbital, polymer, and membrane, every redox reaction is a wave negotiation between stability and motion. The so-called chemical substance is just what a stable wave pattern looks like from the outside. Okay, so this is already a part of your theology thousands of years ago. Somehow your ancestors understood this already. They already understood these concepts, right? They already understood these concepts, and to add the exclamation point, we have the geometry, and encoded in the geometry is the math that would lead to the equations that would then decode this information in terms of what we have today with Schrödinger equations, Max Planck, and blah, 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 right? We even have papyri, the Moscow papyri and the Rhine papyri that give us pre-calculus and pre-algebra, right? All right. Now, measurement. If you're on the internet, if you're on the internet and you're listening to gurus, then you have definitely heard about collapsing of the wave. Almost every human being that uses the internet has heard somebody sounding very intelligent talking about collapsing the wave potential, collapsing the wave function, the observer effect, or something in that pocket, right? Something in that pocket, right? So when we talk about collapsing the wave, this is the abracadabra of science. Collapsing the wave is the abracadabra of science. It is when the magic wand, how do you say in Harry Potter? Expressio. expressio, expelliarmus, right? Collapsing the wave is the magic moment in science when nothing, right? When nothing becomes something. When no thing, right? Just coincidentally, very similar to none. Nothing is very similar to none. Anyway, when nothing becomes something, that is the collapsing of the wave moment, right? When the potential has been realized, right? We have that, right? We have that. We have, what do we have? What do we have? We have Osiris. Remembered. We have Osiris remembered, right? Find his body parts, right? And Sinetta thinks it is particularly funny that Osiris's genitals, or his private parts, that's a better description, his private parts was swallowed by a catfish, right? So the thing that people don't know is that the catfish in Kemet is the source of, it's the most important part of the story. Or I ain't gonna say most important part, but a very important part of the story, because the catfish in the Nile River is the source of our understanding of bioelectricity. So bioelectricity comes from Kemet, goes into Greek, and then we have the folks in the East developing acupuncture and all whatever they've been playing around with. We have Volta and what's his other name? Galvani and all these folks. The origin of bioelectric exploration begins in Kemet with the catfish, right? And it's not only the catfish. There's a couple of other electric fish that were used therapeutically in Kemet, right? But very specifically, the most famous is the narfish. Right? The narfish, right? And here's a quick little search on the narfish, right? The narfish in Kemet is the electric catfish that they began to use for early arthritis treatments. Early arthritis treatments. So in the story of Asar, the reference to the catfish is about the loss of bioelectricity. The loss of bioelectricity, right? The loss of bioelectricity, because the catfish left with his private parts. And the private parts is representative of the regenerative system of the body. And that's not just a fairy tale. That is absolutely a fact. We know that your anabolic hormones maintain your body structure, right? It's not just for building muscle, but it's for regenerating all of your cells and tissues on a day-to-day basis. It is also so that you can make a little copy of yourself by getting your lady pregnant, right? So in a generational replication sense, also in a day-to-day sense, your genitals are responsible for your generative forces, right? So the catfish, the source of bioelectricity known in Kemet, swallowing the private parts meant the loss of that bioelectricity, which makes Osiris become inert. Which makes Osiris become inert, right? So when we talk collapsing the wave potential, we're talking about the movie star, right? We're talking about the movie star. The movie star is Heru. Heru is the hero. He is the movie star. Heru is the hero. He is the movie star. Heru is the hero, the movie star, right? So the collapsed potential, right? We get Heru, right? We get Heru, which is a manifestation of light. We get Heru, which is a manifestation of light. Which, very interesting, light pops up in all of the theological texts, whether we're talking about Kemetic or biblical or Islamic. Light seems to pop up everywhere. And what happens is we ignore it. We overlook it. We look at our theological texts and we see God compared to light or described as light, and we go, oh yeah. No. When God is described as light, that's a metaphorical part. They don't mean that literally. That's a metaphorical part. But when God is described as like a fat white man that lives on top of clouds, oh, no, that's the literal part. Because see, yeah, the people that wrote these books were stupid. So when they're describing a fat white man that lives on top of clouds, they were being serious at that part. When they were saying light, oh, they were being metaphorical. So they become incredibly intellectual when describing philosophical ideology. They become irreducibly stupid on the flip side when describing God as a man floating in clouds. Or in Kemet, a man walking around with a sun literally on top of his afro. Right? Because we have never ventured into the space where we just ask ourselves a simple question. Maybe when they describe God as light is when they're being literal. And maybe when they describe God as a person living on a cloud or a person walking around with a light on their head, a star on their head, or that can transform into a bird, maybe in those instances, they're being metaphorical. Maybe when they're talking about light, they're actually being literal in that sense. Just saying. Just saying. That's a question. That is a question. Yo, because that's what they be doing. That's what they be doing to make it seem like it's stupid. Yeah, they translated that from the papyri to frying fish as opposed to bioelectric or electric fish. That's what they do. They reduce the intelligence down. So anyway, we have a collapsed wave, right? We have a collapsed wave. Okay. Now, we have to get back into our next point. All right, so we have measurement or collapse of the wave, and then we need mass, right? And then we need mass. Again, we have the main star of the show, Osiris, which is why he is the centerpiece Because as a bound energy system, let me just see if anybody's awake. What is bound energy? Can y'all give me a one word that describes bound energy? Come on. One word that describes bound energy. One single word that describes bound energy. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Listen, everybody feel free to follow Peyton's lead with a super chat. We are super chat deficient. I am going to die and be homeless waiting for a super chat. This is crazy. Bound energy. And since Osiris is here, I'm not looking for that word. Okay, another word. Starts with an M. Starts with an M. Starts with an M. Magnetism. No, sir. Bound energy. Matter. 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 Matter is bound energy. Matter is composed out of energy. Matter is made out of energy. I need y'all to get this. That's why we're having this crash course. Because I done said this about 5 or 10 times, and y'all guessed everything else but matter. Remember, Ra represents energy, moving. Osiris represents the potential bound state for that energy. That is literally energy becoming matter. Our periodic table is a description of different packages of energy that make up all the matter in our known world. All right. So mass, density, and weight, right? Density and weight. Density and weight, right? So when do you get to vibe with Osiris? When do you get to vibe with Osiris? You get to vibe with Osiris right? You get to vibe with Osiris here. Yeah, I think I did pretty good with that. I think I did pretty good with this. Right? You get to vibe with Osiris at the weighing of the heart situation. Right? At the weighing of the heart. But let's look up. Yeah, let's get. Okay. Sunday morning at my house is wild right now. So that's what we was on. Mass. There we go. I almost totally forgot what I was even talking about. All right. Mass is the fundamental measure of the amount of stuff in an object, representing its inherent resistance to changes in motion, which is inertia, right? So this is why I gave you that little story a little while ago. I don't know if you heard the story, because it might have been while the red button was on, right? But I was saying not to think of Osiris as dead, but to think of him as inert, right? Think of him as inert. And then I wrote under it inertia, right? Because the concept of inertia brings us back around to a measurement of specific energy. Like, so say for instance, how did they describe this in school? You have like a big ball, like a big rock, and that rock represents potential energy. It's not moving, it's just still. You're going to have to come with a certain amount of force to put that rock into motion, right? To start to convert that potential into kinetic energy. The same thing is happening all the time with atoms. At every moment of the day, at every second, atoms are absorbing photons, which are causing these standing waves that we call electrons to vibrate. And in order for them to go back to normal, they have to release the energy, and then they stabilize again for a brief moment, right? They stabilize again for a brief moment. But determining the energy of that photon determines what that electron is going to do. Because if the photon is strong enough, it may knock the electron all the way off of the atom, right? And that's kind of like the difference between ionizing and non-ionizing radiation, right? What your body's able to handle versus what your body's not able to handle, right? That's the reason between the different levels in getting skin cancer, right? Different levels of protection in the skin. What type of level of radiation can your body handle, right? Can your body absorb and safely convert, right, without having structural damage, right? Let's go with the high frequency TV. That's what I'm talking about. We got 2 super chats on our board. Wait, how do I put it on the screen? How do I put it on the screen? Okay, let's go up and find it. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We are not having ramen noodles today. So let's go ahead and just jump on this, right? In science, inertia is a fundamental property of matter that describes an object's resistance to any change in its state of motion, right? So again, if we have that big ball and it is sitting still, how heavy it is going to determine the resistance it has to you changing its state of motion, which is none, right? So you want to put it into motion. That's going to determine how much energy you need to transfer into that ball to get it to move, right? So this is why Osiris also represents mass, right? Because Osiris is the inert body. Osiris is the big block, right? And Re represents the kinetic energy infusing to Osiris to get movement. To get movement. Re infuses with Osiris to get growth. And Amduat, what we get is the activation of chlorophyll so that plants grow, right? So we're getting new life. All right, we're getting new life. All right, now we move on to Heka. Heka. All right, now we move along to Heka. What is Heka? Well, Egyptologists told us that Heka is magic words. Magic words. What would that be in science? What would that be in science? All right, what would that be in science? What would Heka be in scientific terms? How would we find an analog for that? How would that look? Well, we would go back to the H. H to the Izzo, and then, right? We would go to the lowercase h. We would go to the lowercase h, which is Planck's constant. That sometimes refers to hydrogen, but not kind of, sort of, always. I think the sound is on. I think the sound is on. This time, I think the sound is on. I don't think the sound is off. Does anybody hear me? Okay, sound is on. Okay, good. All right. Okay. No. All right, let's go back to the Google demons. Right? Planck's constant represents the minimum unit of action. The minimum unit of action, right? It is the fundamental physical constant that plays a crucial role in quantum mechanics. It is defined as this, right? Where H is the original Planck's constant. So our statement, H sets the minimum unit of action, accurately captures its physical significance. Quantization. H is the quantum of angular momentum. In quantum mechanics, certain physical quantities such as energy, momentum, or angular momentum can only exist in discrete amounts. These amounts are always integer multiples of H. Minimum scale. It provides a fundamental scale at which classical physics breaks down and quantum effects become dominant. So when we talk about, when we have those timeline discussions, right? And I talk about medical schools beginning in 1765. And at that time, it was Newtonian physics dominated the landscape. And it's not until the 1900s where we get quantum mechanics. And it's not until the late 1900s where we figure out that our biology is governed by quantum mechanics, not Newtonian physics, which is kind of what shakes the ground, and where we get to where we are dealing with diabetes, right? Because diabetes is about that conversion process where we go from the Newtonian physics, like your apple or your sandwich or your steak or your eggs or your kale salad or whatever that is, breaking that down, right, through digestion, then breaking that down again through cellular respiration. The Krebs cycle is taking that larger thing and breaking that all the way down from chains of glucose into subatomic particles, electrons, protons that can then run through the mitochondria and help to recycle ATP, right? So there's a space where we leave Newtonian physics and we have to deal with pure energy production in the body. When the energy production goes wrong, we have diabetes. That is a quantum space conversation. If we're not in the quantum space with the discussion, we're not really addressing diabetes, because the problem with diabetes is energy metabolism, energy production, and then on the flip side, energy storage, which is obesity, right? Yeah, Seven Asar was kind of good. Seven Asar hates to tell the truth, but he had to tell the truth a little bit. He had to tell the truth a little bit. Listen, at some point, Sar's not going to be able to hide that debate forever. And when people see the debate, they're going to see a few things. They're going to see, one, that Jabari was not prepared for the debate. Like, that is the most glaring thing that you should get. If you don't agree with everything I'm saying in the debate, cool. You may not agree with everything Jabari's saying in the debate. Cool. That's a debate. Some stuff you'll agree with, some stuff you won't, whatever. What you will see, though, is that he was not prepared to argue the material at all. Like, that's why I was like, so the second question of the debate, which round did you see Jabari present slides on this part of the debate? It's like, yeah, I don't remember he ever presented any slides on that material. But you don't need slides to present material. I was like, I'm dead. Yeah, what you mean you don't need slides? Oh my goodness. Sai's dropping the debate at 2. Sai said he's dropping the debate, but Sai may not. Depending on how Sai wake up, he might drop it. He might not drop it. He might tell the people they ain't raised enough money. Who knows? But at some point, he will have to drop the debate. Anyway, so Heka being words of power. In Kemet, Heka was words of power, meaning these were words that set things into motion, activating principles, right? Activating principles, words that set things into motion. So when we're talking about setting things into motion, we're talking about potential being converted to kinetic, right? We're talking about potential being converted to kinetic, right? In our modern science analog, right, we have Planck's constant, right? The H bar. The H bar, the little tiny h, the lowercase h with the bar through it, right? The lowercase h with the bar through it, all right? The fundamental limit, it represents the smallest possible uncertainty product for conjugated variables as stated by the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. It also, in simplest terms, represents the smallest step size of the universe, right? The smallest, most integral unit of action. So, the recap. The recap. The recap. Let's get the recap. Noon, Ra, Ma'at, Osiris. What else? Horus. So we have the undifferentiated potential. We have the traveling excitation of potential. We have the law governing energy in a system. We have the visible realization of material energy. We have the body representing confinement or bound energy in a system. And then we have the activation principle. Right? Now, if we want to take that to a further step and get a little deeper, right? Which you don't necessarily need to do, but I know some of you will want to do. Remember our little pitchfork? That is for noon. Right? And I don't have enough space on the board to write all these things, so I will be erasing them. Right? So we have our little pitchfork. Right? This is Ra in motion. Then we have our Hamiltonian. Which is Ma'at. Then we have Osiris. Now, hopefully, again, y'all can see this stuff so you can rewind it because I do have to erase it. Right? Then we have Osiris in two spaces. Right? We have the potential energy. And then we also have the stabilized energy. Right? Then we have Heru, which we are going to give the honor of the collapsed wave. Right? And then we're going to give Heka, or we're not going to give Heka anything. She take what she want. Right? Yeah, we're going to go activation, but we're going to also remember our little H with the bar in it. Why is the dog running loose through the house? Why is the dog running crazy like that through the house? Okay, yeah, see, that's y'all missing. That's when I don't mute the mic, that's that's what you get to hear. Stuff like my dog almost tackling people. All right. So I think we got a good crash course. Of course not, Peyton. Peyton, of course that has never been done before. That's how I would drip. But listen, I did that before the Rich Abs book. I don't know if you even have this book, but there's a book, Melanin versus Diabetes. Now I find the Y separate book when I'm not looking for it. But there's a Melanin versus Diabetes. This is the first book that I did that in. Used like a financial currency, a currency metaphor to describe energy, metabolism, and stuff like that in the body. Yeah, pull that out, because that's what I was using when I was writing the Rich Abs book. That's the book I was using writing those that book you're talking about. All right. Anyway. I think we got a good little crash course in for the book. Everybody go get the book. Everybody go get the book.
All right.
All right, what you said, Sa?
I said, yeah, I'm live on all 3 channels, Sarnetta Studios, HOK, in the HOK Debate Coliseum. I am live getting the people prepared and ready for the debate that I'm going to drop this afternoon at 2 o'clock sharp. So you want to get all your people that didn't get a chance to see it, get them to come on over and check it out.
Okay, I got a text.
On the HOK.
I got to text my man
House
live.
of Consciousness at 2 o'clock sharp.
Okay,
you should come on over and get the people prepared too. Bring your people in, bro. Bring them in.
Well,
I know they love you, brother. I know they want to see you get this win.
All right. Well, look, I've been live since.
Now, to me, it's a hung jury with me. Nobody wins. It's going to be up to the people today, once and for all. They're going to be able to make the judgment.
All right. Well, look, I've been live, so I'm live right now. The people listening to you say it. So, yeah. So the people gonna come over. Are you gonna do it on all 3 channels, or you just promoting?
It's okay. Just one.
So okay.
One channel. It's okay.
All right. Well, that's it. It's lit. It's up. It's stuck up. So that's good. I'm glad I got up and went live this morning.
Yeah, I heard you was talking crazy. Talking crazy over there.
Nah, actually, today we've been teaching. We wasn't even really on that today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was doing I was getting to the information today that I had planned to get to yesterday, but we wound up getting sidetracked into I
was kicking your ass yesterday.
You was looking terrible yesterday.
Hey, yo, listen, you're gonna have to face me, man, one day on this Bible, brother. I'm willing to go in. Let's get the smoke. I want to debate you now because you think you know the Bible. Let's go in.
All right, so
I'm saying this is my call out to you.
All right, hold on. Let me wait. Before you say it, wait. Before you say it, can the people on your 3 channels hear our conversation right now?
No, because they talking right now. They talking.
Oh, I was about to say it would be good if everybody could hear it.
But I'm saying I'm calling you out,
okay,
and I'm challenging you that the Bible that we are the gods of the Bible and we are the devil. We are both. We are God and the devil. There's no God or devil outside of yourself. Now, I know you like to talk about God and as a mystery. I'm telling you, God is not a mystery. You are the God and you are the devil. There's a duality in everything. A higher self and a lower self. Do you want the smoke? And you can go by, and I'm going to pull scriptures and prove my point. We are the gods and the devil.
I gotta think about it. I gotta do you. I gotta do you like Jabari, bro. I gotta think about it. We gotta discuss the title.
Okay.
Yeah, we gotta discuss the title. Cause here's what I like the title. Here's what I like with the title. Is God? I gotta think about it. I gotta. What you mean? I'm not gonna get? Wait a minute. What you mean get? Why? What?
I'm saying that we are the gods and devil of the Bible. That we have a higher and lower self within us, within our being.
I'm saying I like the idea.
Don't exist outside. Man created God. Man created the devil. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying that man created God and man created the devil. Okay,
right.
Now
God didn't create man. Man created God.
Okay, now that I would like to have that debate. That's a different debate. I would like that debate.
Let's get it. That's easy, man. That's an easy win.
God created God. Man created God, or did God create man? That's the debate. I'm saying that God created man, and you're saying that man created God.
Exactly. And not only that, the subtitle is that man is God and the devil. We are.
Hold on.
The gods.
Wait, we got to wrestle with the subtitle.
We are the devils, brother.
We got to wrestle with the subtitle. I don't know if I agree to the subtitle yet, but I like the main title. I like the main title.
Yeah, of course you ain't gonna agree with that.
No, I like the main title. Did God create man or did man create God? I think that's good.
Right.
But
you ain't gonna be able to prove no goddamn shit that God created man. Where did the word God come from? I'm gonna take you into the root. I'm taking you into deep water, brother. Where did God come from? Out of the concept of man's mind. Ain't no God come down here and tell us no, nothing like that. It comes from the concept of man's mind. All religion created a God, brother. Every religion created a God.
All right.
I'm gonna save this for me and you.
All right, but listen.
You're done.
All right, but listen, Sal, we're live on my channel.
Yeah, okay, I hear you.
No, I'm just saying, so people, like this not a secret Jabari recording. This is a actual discussion. Yeah, so the people were hearing the subject of the debate.
Right.
So you can't run is what I'm trying to say, because I know you might try to run later.
Hell no.
No, you're gonna get scared and try to run and say I played 3-card Monty and all that. You're gonna try to run later, side. You can't run now. You boxed in now. You gotta.
I'm not running nowhere, brother.
All right. This is gonna be messy, man. You're going down, brother.
I agree.
All right. So we got the first part. Did man create God or did God create man? Oh my goodness. Sarnetta don't understand. Woo! I done already came up with the line right there. That's the line right there. The same way Jabari is the Kemetic priest with no Kemetic belief, I got my line for you. Did man create God or God create man? Oh my God. Sarnetta don't understand. I'm like the Muhammad Ali with this thing. All right, so you going down, and yeah, we're gonna get you a nice little grave that go alongside Jabari's. Once we put Jabari, rest in peace, Jabari. Today, you going down next. You going down next. So when you want to do it, what's the date on it?
We'll get the date.
See, don't start running. It sound like you dancing already.
No, I'm not running. We'll come up with a date.
It sound like you tap dancing, brother.
Get your people to come on over so they can donate so I can play the video. so I can play the video
They-
at 2 o'clock.
They all
If
listening
they
right
really
now.
love you and to support you, get them to come on over.
They all listening right now. Listen, so
I just dropped the link in your chat. Do you see it?
No. I don't see you in my chat at all.
Man, you don't see me? You're supposed to got me blocked.
Nah, I don't got you blocked. Or maybe somebody did block you. Don't block Sai. Somebody did it. I got mods. You know, mods go crazy.
What the hell? Nah, you gotta control your mods. See, my mods know not to block nobody.
That's a lie. Your mods be blocking people all the time. Sai, your mods be blocking people all the time.
No, they don't. Damn, you got some suckers over there that be blocking me? How the fuck they blocking me?
Because you down with Jabari. They might have just threw you in there with the ops, bro.
Niggas is crazy, man.
Nah, you down with Jabari. What they supposed to do?
And so I gotta look at all those people over here so I know when them bitches come on my channel.
Come on, it's Sunday, man. You can't be cussing early in the afternoon. Stop cussing in the afternoon. Sai, it's too early for you to be cussing, brother. You gotta relax.
I'm gonna block that nigga. He better not show up.
Wait a minute. How you blocking Peyton? What are you doing?
7 figures. I'm blocking you. You got the power to block me.
Nah, that's not true. That's not true. I got a lot of mods, bro. So hold on.
Yeah, I'm
Just
looking at them right now. I'm looking at all
yeah, but you don't know who did it. So relax. Explain to me how you unblock people. How do you do it? You go into the YouTube.
Click on my name. If you click on my name and then you go to more on your home, but I ain't going through that. Leave me blocked. I don't give a fuck.
Stop cussing on Sunday, man. What's wrong with you, Si? I gotta unblock you.
It's just another day, brother. I don't care. Let them keep me blocked. I'm good. Yo, I gotta head back over here on my joint.
All right, but hold up. Tell me how to do it real quick. You go to the page.
Nah, I ain't got time for that, man.
Si, you gotta have thick skin, brother. What you doing?
Thick skin. I just don't have time to do all that.
Okay, hold on.
Shit, you ain't blocked on my channel? The fuck? You're not blocked on my channel. Ain't nobody gonna block you over here because they know we fuck with each other.
I can't find you, Si. Yeah, somebody blocked you. All right, I'll figure it out.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
I'll figure it out. I gotta go into my YouTube page, go into community. Let me see something. Go into community.
All right, let me go, man. Don't worry about it, bro. Let me go. I gotta go.
Hold on, sir. Community moderation. Okay, I got it. All right, I need y'all to not get blocked because y'all got to go over there and vote. Yeah, I need y'all to be able to vote over there. I need y'all to vote over there. All right. Anyway. Am I frozen? Okay, there we go. We back. So anyway, go over there and vote. I need y'all to go over there and vote. Here, let me help y'all get motivated.
But we'll be looking at the. So let's be clear. He was like, remember I said this.
not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the source of the sources, 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 the source of the sources.
Nature's moving silence, they don't make a sound. Intellectual violence with the brain unbound. Am I too sharp or are you too dull? Either way, it's over your head, this pool's full. Ooh, you are one in a million, a true 101. Ooh, but I'm different. I'm a one of none. How to get away with murder, 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 how to get away with murder, murder, murder. There's a murder one. There's a murder one. Shoot your shot, it's a movie plot. A twist so sharp it ties the knot. A body bag in a body bag, stacked inside the crime tag. The thesis we was debating, Christ not debating Jesus. The science of the silence. Don't blame me, just believe us. How to get away with murder, 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 murder. How to get away with murder, murder, murder. This was murder one. This was murder one. Yeah. How to get away with murder, murder, murder. This was murder one. The flyer was a contract. Contract on your bar head. The flyer was a contract. Contract on your bar head. The flyer was a contract. A contract on your bar head. Christ a literal character. I had to embarrass you. Christ a historical character. We had to laugh at you. Brought a knife to a gunfight. Tried to shoot your shot. It's a movie with a red dot on your top. You playing, it's your hobby, but you know how I be. Do the boys in the hood wanna see a dead body. First round, EnQi dropped the science of tone, related to Ray hieroglyph and the Shabaka stone. By the third Jabari was a gunner, punch drunk, walking into the wrong corner. He started teaching EnQi, let Jabari folded under pressure. Jabari tried to blackmail a victory, sick of me, expose his devil worshiping wizardry. He knew he was gonna lose in infancy. This is the trickery of this industry. This ain't how it's meant to be. Intellectual violence killing me. We saw the best debate performance in history. EnQi even showed chivalry. Connecting the dots simply. If the question is the word of infinity, the science of standing waves is the symmetry. The nature we're feeling this, you feeling this. Woo! Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead, Jabari dead. You can't win on a technicality. You ran into Mickey and Mallory. Jabari was dead on arrival. The intro was viral. You are one in a million, true 101. But I'm different. I'm a one of none. How to get away with murder, murder, murder. How to get away with murder, murder, murder. This was murder one. Snatches move in silence, they don't make a sound. No. Intellectual violence with the brain unbound. Am I too sharp? Are you too dull? Either way, it's over your head. This pool's full. You are one in a million. True one-on-one, but I'm different. I'm a one of none. This is murder one. Shoot your shot, it's a movie. The twist so sharp, the ties are not a body bag in a body bag. Stacked inside the crime tag, the pieces we was debating. Christ not debating, Jesus, the science of the silence. Don't blame me, just believe us. How to get away with murder, murder, murder. This was murder one. Christ a literal character, I had to embarrass you. Christ a historical character, we had to laugh at you. Brought a knife to a gunfight, tried to shoot your shot. It's a movie with a red dot on your top. You playing, it's your hobby, but you know how I be. Do the boys in the hood wanna see a dead body? First round, EnQi dropped the science atone. Related to it, Ray Hourglass. Pottery tried to blackmail a victory. Sick of me, exposed as devil worshiping wizardry. He knew he was gonna lose in a risen. This is the trickery of this industry. This ain't how it's meant to be. Intellectual violence killing me. We saw the best debate performance in history. EnQi even showed chivalry. Connecting the dots simply. If the question is the word of infinity, the science of standing waves is the symmetry. The natural pill in this. You feeling this? Woo! Jabari there.
Remember I said this. Not only will we be looking at the biblical sources, the biblical books and their authenticity, but we'll be looking at the.
This is why you have to go to Amazon and get the book, Rich Abs, Poor Abs, now.